Good evening. The July 27, 2022 monthly meeting of the Dixon County School Board is now in session. For the record, I would like to recognize that all school board members are present, excluding Mr. Hackney, and he is on his way, so he will be here shortly to join us. As well as Tanya Baker, Board Clerk, Scott Mullen, School Board Attorney, and Ms. Robinson, Division Superintendent. At this time, would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and then join me in a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Board members, we have an agenda for tonight's meeting. Are there any additions or revisions to the agenda?
Mr. Hicks, we have no other additions to the agenda.
Okay, very well. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. That brings us to our public comment section, and Mr. Hackney usually reads those guidelines. I'll see if I can grab those.
There you go. That's fine. That's good.
A period of time for public comment will be designated on the meeting agenda during which the public may comment on issues related to public education. The Dixon County School Board believes that the citizens of the county should be heard and that this is an acceptable format for receiving public comment. After the public comment section of the meeting is closed, the public shall not be allowed to participate in general board member discussions regarding agenda items. Public participation with board members regarding agenda items can be disruptive, and the practice is prohibited by Robert's Rules of Order. It is the desire of the school board to treat each member of the public fairly and equally. Allowing one individual to participate while excluding others is unfair. The board may hold such public hearings as one individual to participate while excluding others is unfair. The board may hold such public hearings as may be necessary to allow the public to more fully express their concerns, or the board may place the public comment section of any meeting at the end of the meeting to allow additional public comments. While we do not wish to restrict the free expression of opinion, we feel that certain restrictions may be necessary so that order and reasonable standards of decorum may be maintained. We ask that the following standards be adhered to. The speaker will be recognized by the chair. Each speaker will be limited to 5 minutes. Speakers will refrain from the use of vulgarity or profanity and will avoid negative or embarrassing comments directed toward specific children or students. Board members should not respond to issues presented by speakers unless clarification is necessary. Matters of concern raised under public comment will be referred to the proper official for investigation and future board consideration if necessary. So our first one for public comment is Kathy Music with VPE. Uh-oh, you turned it off.
Hello? Okay, there it is. Good evening, Chairman Hicks, Mrs. Robinson, member of the board. I don't really have much to say. I just want to I guess, wish all the administrative staff, I know how hard July is as they work to get ready for the start of school. Wish them a good, I guess, will for these last 2 weeks before everybody comes back, and hope that all the teachers and staff and everybody enjoys their last few weeks before school starts, because it is upon us. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Music. Phyllis Mullins with DEA.
Good evening. I really don't have a lot to report except that getting ready for the new school year. We will be working on the new teacher orientation for the, well, new employee orientation, I guess. And we will also be doing some shopping for back to school gift things for new teachers and others. This came through our TOPS grant that VEA gave us, and we have some money left, and that's what we're planning on doing with it. So looking forward to the new year, and I think all will go well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else for public comment? No more? Okay. Our next agenda item is the consent agenda, which includes the approval of minutes, approval of monthly bills, revenue and expenditure summary, discussion of school activity funds, approval of field trips, approval of elementary school construction invoices, and the approval of bank reconciliation documents. Are there any questions or discussion on the consent agenda? Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next agenda item is information for the school board. Mrs. Robinson.
Oh, thank you, and good evening, board members, Mr. Hicks. In the information for the board, you'll notice that we have several conferences that are listed for your consideration to attend. And again, please contact Tanya Baker if you're interested in attending any of those. Also, during information from the board, we are honored to welcome Danielle Dye. Danielle is with the Community Resilience Manager with the United Way of Southwest Virginia, and also Ryan Henderson. And Ryan and Danielle have worked in our school system last year with our trauma-informed schools, and we're looking forward to working with them this coming year as we help our children and our staff recognize trauma. We are also active participants with the United Way in K-Camps and ALS PALS. That's going to begin this school year. And so I'd like to welcome them, and just please come to the podium there. And welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm short, so I just like to make sure.
You can move that down. There you go, so you're comfortable.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us the time to speak. We'll keep it short. We know you have a full agenda, but we just wanted to provide a brief update about our Trauma-Informed Schools Initiative, which is the work that we've been doing under United Way's jurisdiction over the last year. Last summer, we were trying to work through some opportunities and look at, you know, knowing where the gaps are falling for kids over the past 2 years with the pandemic, and last year was only about a year and a half. Some of our local school districts approached us and wondered how United Way, a strong and validated community partner, could help support and meet the needs of students and families in their region. And we created what we would deem our Trauma-Informed Schools Initiative. And we approached some schools approached us, but in the capacity building stage, we are working with 5 different districts throughout Southwest Virginia, including Norton City, Dickinson County, Bristol City, Washington County, and Smith County. So for a total of 43 schools within our region. And in doing so, we were looking to create the opportunity to create what we would deem the first of its kind trauma-informed schools designation, looking to meet students and families and staff where they're at to help them build capacity, address staff self-care needs, look at addressing trauma within the classroom, and get a better understanding of how the pandemic had impacted our families throughout our region. And so we were able to start building our capacity in September by meeting with our district teams and getting a better idea of what they felt like the greatest needs were for their schools. From there, we worked to create school climate teams, and you all have a rack card in front of you that lists out the timeline of what we had done throughout our work, but we do have a school climate team in every school that we work with, and currently we have about 300 school climate team members that we communicate with on an ongoing basis. And so from there, we also did some assessments, and the 2 assessments that we completed were centered around trauma responsiveness and getting a better idea of where the schools are. The assessments were designed to be a matter of self-reflection. We weren't comparing school to school or district to district, but more along the lines of just getting a better understanding of where their greatest strengths are and then where there were still opportunities for growth. And so our teams were built, and they were able to provide that high-level overview of what was happening inside the schools. And Ryan, we do have 4 people on our team, and so within our team, Ryan Henderson covers Norton City and Dickinson County. I cover Bristol City, and then we have 2 other coordinators, one for Washington and one for Smith County. And so I'm going to let Ryan talk a little bit about the time that he spent with your school climate teams here in Dickinson County and some of the work that they've done based on the assessments that they completed.
Awesome, thank you. This is a sensitive mic here, so I'll try to keep my P's far away. It has been an absolute pleasure to work with the climate teams, with the staff members on your school climate teams. Each of those teams consist of an administrator in the school, as well as a school counselor, and then various teachers or other support staff, as well as communities and schools. That's, I know, relatively new to the county as well. I just wanted to do a quick highlight of some of the things everything that Danielle talked about sounds great. What are we doing on the ground? So in practically, once we did those assessments, we created these plans. Each school created their own plan based on their assessments, based on the conversations that we had with the teams. And one of the greatest things that I think is really, really fascinating, just from the district level on down, is four of those schools wanted to implement a kind of an all-staff trauma-informed kind of one-on-one workshop. So like a 3-hour workshop first to come into the school so that every staff member, not just the classroom teachers and the aides, but also the janitorial staff, cafeteria staff, can be on the same page as to the science of trauma, how trauma and toxic stress impacts the brain, the body, behavior. And so not just to have an understanding scientifically of what is happening, but also to have different strategies that they can practically apply when they're working with their students. So not only are we having that kickoff in 4 of those 5 schools so that everybody's on the same page, especially all 3 of the elementary schools. It was amazing. I talked to them separately, and all of them, the synergy within the elementary schools, how they all independently were like, we want to do this thing, which incidentally is going to be helpful to have a common language when schools start combining. So we just thought that was really great. But one of the cool things is then ongoing professional development will happen in smaller groups within each of those schools. So it's not just, hey, I'm coming in for 3 hours and then we're good. Trauma's all good, we're good. We're trauma-informed and we're 100% now. So there's going to be that ongoing, continuing support. And then at the high school level, what's really great is they're really interested in having a couple of resource maps. One, for all the support and resources within the school, but then also a resource map within the community. So actually mapping out and listing all the different kinds of mental health resources, direct services, all the different resources that exist within Dickinson County. That's something that me and my team are going to be working on. What's great about that, even though the high school wants that, that's going to actually serve every school in the county. So we're really looking forward to that. I just wanted to give you kind of a little taste of what the teams have been working on, and it's just been a joy. And I see Mr. Edwards over there. I tell him, he's like, reminds me of my brother who also works in elementary school back home in South Dakota. So it's just a pleasure, and we really thank you for having us and being great hosts.
And would you care to elaborate about our first workday? We're having Becky Hass as part of that. That would be great. And it'll be here in our auditorium.
So we have utilized professional development funds that the county had contributed to help them build a plan for ongoing professional development, as Ryan had alluded to. But when we first started discussing, what is trauma, what does that mean, Mrs. Robinson shared that Becky Haas had done some training, I guess maybe 4 years ago.
Pre-pandemic.
But then the pandemic hit, and there were so many changes going on, they couldn't focus on their needs at that moment. So we're bringing her back in. United Way is helping to support those efforts, and that'll be your convocation kickoff to the start of the school year. And she's going to be talking about, understanding the brain science of trauma, but also classroom implementation of strategies that can better support teachers from elementary all the way through high school. And then following that initial convocation, the morning of August 15th, she'll be meeting with school administrators and then school counselors to address specific needs. How do you deal with specific situations based on the needs of the students, and how do you move forward if these students are in your classroom? What does that look like when you're dealing with the students and their families? And so she's going to be working to provide that one-on-one training for them. And then as we move forward, if more technical assistance is needed from her or other professional development opportunities, United Way will work to make those arrangements. And just as Ryan said, we'll be working with all 3 elementary schools to do, again, the brain science of trauma and trying to recognize what that could look like in behavioral aspects in the classroom. And so we are excited to work with them and continue to offer these opportunities, because what we also know and understand is that you can't throw a lot of training at people all at one time and hope that it sticks. They need smaller, bite-sized chunks to better ease into that process of implementation. So by breaking it down, we're allowing them to process it, put it into practice, and then we'll prepare them for the next round of training opportunities, which will be later in the fall and then into the winter and the spring as well.
Thank you.
We're very grateful. Dickinson County has been wonderful, and just for your all's knowledge as well, we had a meeting last Friday with the Secretary of Education for the state, and she was not aware of our project, but she is now, and she would like to make this a model for the rest of the state. So having that conversation and making Southwest Virginia be the model, because it's not being done like this from a regional collaboration standpoint, has been overwhelmingly accepted at the state level. So we're very excited about that too.
Thank you, Danielle. Thank you, Ron. Any questions or?
No.
Our contact information is on the back of the card if you do have questions. So,
Good deal. Thank you, guys.
thank you.
It's good to have you with us. Mr. Hicks, we also have Ms. Taylor, who is going to present a short, thank you again, a short VRS deduction change. It looks like this in your packet, and Ms. Taylor?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I wanted to talk about some upcoming changes with the VRS deductions. This is a change that VRS has requested from us, as we are one of the very few schools left that are not doing it their preferred way. So they have specifically requested that we make that change effective with this fiscal year. On the first page of your packet, it just explains the 3 types of VRS retirement plans that we have. Plan 1, employees are hired before June 30th, 2010. Plan 2, employees hired July 1, 2010 to December 31st, 2013. And Plan 3 are also called hybrid employees, and that's those that were hired on or after January 1st, 2014. Plans 1 and 2 are defined benefit plans, and employees contribute 5% of their gross pay to VRS. Plan 3, or the hybrid plan, is a defined benefits and a defined contribution plan. employees contribute 4% towards the defined benefit plan and 1% as a defined contribution. However, employees can also make additional contributions up to 4% with matching employer contributions up to 2.5%. And the reason I wanted to show you this is that we have 3 different plans that are calculated in different ways according to VRS. Now, previously, deductions were made from employee paychecks and were submitted to VRS on a 12-month basis, as that's how our contracts for pay were scheduled. VRS, however, they bill upon the actual employee contract length. If a teacher works 10 months, they expect to be paid the entire 5% of their annual salary during that 10-month period. And we do have to reconcile that monthly and annually to VRS records, and it can be very problematic because our schedule of deduction and contributions does not match that of VRS. Ms. Baker handles that mostly for us, and she can attest that it is sometimes quite the challenge. It is also difficult if employees come in late or leave to reconcile the amounts with VRS. Plan 3 is extremely complicated to reconcile due to the varying rates that are available. And as I had said, most school divisions have already made this change. There are just a handful left, and VRS is asking that that change be made this fiscal year. What will happen is, instead of there being a VRS deduction in the months of June and July, VRS will not be deducted in those paychecks for teachers and other 10-month employees. The full amount of that 5% contribution and deduction will come out over 10 months, and you'll see I have put a schedule on there. It's an example of how this will make changes to employee pay. And I used just a kind of a mid-range 10-month bachelor's teacher contract at step 13. You'll see that for the months of August through April, it will increase the amount of their deductions by $33.59, which is a decrease in what they actually take home. However, in June and July, they will take home an additional $167.96 and $167.89 in those summer months. So the net difference of what is taken out of their paychecks over the year is 0. VRS had also recommended that this would be a good time to do this as we are implementing pay raises. That increase in deduction over those 10 months will be negligibly noticeable. So it's good timing to do it now. Are there any questions about the changes to the VRS deduction schedule? And Ms. Baker, if there's anything you feel needed to be added? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hicks and board members, we will inform our staff tomorrow of this and of this change, but as you see, it's very minute, and especially with the increases during the summer months, I think it'd be very much appreciated.
All right, that brings us to good news from our schools.
Thank you. We would also at this time like to welcome members of the Appalachian Service Project, Caroline Novak and Emma Christensen. Emma is the Center Director, and Caroline is the Regional Coordinator. The Appalachian Service Project is a group that we've had in Dixon County for several years. We haven't during the pandemic. Irvington Elementary School with Mr. Edwards is hosting this group, and so we're delighted to have them with us in our community. And ladies, welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us. We haven't been in Dickinson County since 2013, and I know we had tried to pursue a lease with y'all when the pandemic started, and then things just kept falling through, so we were very excited and pleased to work with Mr. Edwards this year to have a space in Irvington. So we have a little presentation just to kind of talk through like what we've done this summer and in pursuit of another summer here. We can go to the next slide. So just in general, ASP is a home repair nonprofit. We do repairs for low-income families across Appalachia. During our year-round, we work mainly out of Lee County and Jonesville, Virginia, but during the summer, we branch out to Kentucky, West Virginia, other counties in Virginia, Tennessee, and North Carolina. So this summer, we have centers in Lee County, Wise County, and Dickinson County. So we have 3 staffs here that have been doing a lot of work. Next slide. So this staff this summer started work. They've been here since June 4th, and next week they will leave on Wednesday. They've hosted volunteers out of Irvington, roughly 276 volunteers, 36 work crews. They've worked on 8 homes. Because this is the first time we've been back in Dickinson, we haven't had a super large application pool, but we're hoping to build that back up for future summers. So they've been passing out applications throughout the community. We worked a lot in the Clintwood and Clinchco area, so we're hoping to kind of spread out in future years. We've partnered with the Jetty Baker Center on Tuesdays, and we have volunteers sit through some bluegrass music and some storytelling there, which has been really cool. And every Thursday they've had picnics up at the breaks, which has been pretty exciting. Next slide. So this is a little bit of an overview, and I'll have Emma kind of take it from here because she's been more in the field. But there's a flyer that's at each of your spots of all the work that they've been able to do. One thing that's been very exciting for us, and we're hoping to continue in Dickinson, is that all of the funding that has gone into our projects this summer has been through Appalachian Power. And so they have funded a lot of what we've been able to do, and I think we're going to try and expand into more grants for next summer, but this staff has been able to do a lot, so I'll kind of let Emma take it over from here.
Hi, I am the center director, so I oversee my staff here in Dickinson, and we manage all of the construction projects that our volunteers are working on. So this summer we have been working on 8 different homes, which is 8 different families, and there are 3 or 4 homes that we've worked on consistently the 6 weeks that we've had volunteers here, and then the other 4 homes we've just been on and off on. They're just a few week projects, but between those 8 homes, there are 19 individuals that we've been serving, and it's been really great because we have worked with quite a few families who have children in the district or will be in the district once they reach school age. So that's been really cool too, since we've been in Irvington Elementary, getting to see children who will walk through those doors when the school year comes around. We've done a variety of different projects on these homes, especially the homes that we've been on all summer long, but some examples of projects have been like what ASB calls our HUG project, which is putting up house wrap and then foam insulation boards and then vinyl siding, which works to achieve our goal of drier and warmer homes. We've also done quite a few floor projects and wall projects, so redoing floor systems, putting down floor coverings, putting up new framing in walls and putting up drywall, and some homes we put up windows when we do these walls. We've done a lot of porches and ramps and steps. This helps with the goal of having safer homes and more accessibility and safe entrances and exits. We've put up a lot of those, and it's been really great to be able to see those families use those doors and get out safely. But overall, we've done about 37 total projects. This is our last week of volunteers, and we still have quite a few projects going. And it's really exciting to see them come to an end and see how much we've gotten done. But if you go to the next slide, I can do a project spotlight. So this is one of the homes that we've been working on all summer long, and the homeowner has actually been working part-time for the last few months as a janitor at Irvington Elementary, which is how she heard about us and got an application in. But she has quite a few kids in the home, and we installed 2 windows in the kids' bedroom because there were no windows in it prior. And then we also installed floor coverings and painted the drywall in the bedroom, which was great for the kids now that they have a safe room to be in. And we also finished roofing, which is SBS roofing, which is roll-on roofing on the mobile home section of the home. And then we completed the shed roof system that had previously been done over the addition. We removed the old porch because it was unsafe and the door was bolted because she did not want her children getting out there and falling off, but now there is a safe back porch and she can now use that door. And we are currently in the process of completing the HUG system, so putting up new house wrap and foam board and vinyl siding to achieve the warmer and drier goal. And if you go to the next slide, that's a photo of the new porch and the children underneath, which I just think is so cute. And then the next slide is an example of the siding that we've been putting up, but this project is still in process, but this is what part of the home looks like now. And then the next slide is an example of the children's room where we put up the windows, painted, and then put in the new flooring and the new floor trim. And then if you go to the next slide, this is another project spotlight. The homeowner works as a cook at Irvington Elementary, and she has also been a cook for our summer program. So her and then there are 2 other cooks who work for Irvington like year-round during the school year, have also worked in the kitchen cooking for our volunteers when they're here Sunday through Friday, which is how she heard about us because she was making meals for us, so she knew that we were in the county and applied, but we installed 2 back porches because there was a floating door, so they weren't able to use that door, and she has multiple kids in her home as well, so now they are able to use that safely, and we also installed new underpinning, which achieves the goal of safer and drier, and then we also corrected a plumbing issue in the bathroom and redid that whole bathroom, putting in a new toilet and then floor system and drywall. We are currently completing front porch repairs, so that way the stairs are accessible. And then if you go to the next slide, you'll see photos of 2 of the porches that we did on the back side. And then if you go to the next slide, that's an example of the underpinning that has been done at the home.
Awesome. So these are just 2 projects that we've done, and we're hoping to accomplish more in future summers. I left my card with you all. I typically make visits up to Dickinson and Wise County throughout the year, so I'll be back, and I plan to pay Mr. Edwards a visit as well. But if you all have any questions, you can ask us now or reach out to me and let me know. But it has been a pleasure being back in Dickinson, and I hope we can continue this partnership moving forward. If you all know of anybody that's in need of home repair, they can apply online, or if they reach out, I can mail an application to them as well. So
There have also been applications dropped off at the school board central office, and Irvington Elementary also has applications as well.
Great job,
I'm
great
sure
job,
very
ladies.
much appreciated.
Yes.
thank you.
Our next item is the update on Ridgeview Elementary School.
Well, good evening. Well, construction is continuing to move forward, which is a great thing. Lots of things are starting to look finished now inside the school. Ryan, you back there?
Mr. Wallace?
He's there,
Okay.
the man behind the curtain.
You're behind the curtain, sir.
All right, there we go. So for construction update on the main building, curtain wall installation continues at the media center. Elevator installation continues. We continue to pour wire for panels and feeds to the rooftop units. Floor tile and partitions are installed in the first floor gang bathrooms now. The kitchen, the FRP has been installed on all the walls. Lockers have been installed in the classrooms. Ceiling grid installation is pretty much done in area B on the first floor, and they're starting in area A and the office area. Low voltage cabling pulling has begun and is continuing. Painting continues throughout the building, but most all the walls have prime paint and at least one finish coat on them. About all the classrooms are in that shape now. Work at the retention pond is pretty much done, other than putting the mulch down and planting the plants. So that's going well. Little update on the classroom addition. The ICF walls on the classroom, the 6 classrooms, they have been poured up to the joist, or joist bearing height. They will be starting laying the center wall in the next few days. So when the bar joists show up in August, that we'll be able to put those in and go on up with the second floor. They poured the footers at the multipurpose room, and they've also started putting the ICF walls on that. The classroom addition, the first floor slab, has been poured, so things are looking good on that part as well. And they can see a picture there on the right of the addition there on this end of the building. Some of the project milestones, the generator has been set, and they are pulling wire to it. Curtain wall at the cafeteria has been installed. Kitchen equipment, most of it's been installed. They'll be back next week to finish up. The slabs poured in the classroom addition, as I said earlier, and the footers are poured in the multipurpose room addition. Upcoming milestones, getting the power turned on and the unit started up on the roof. Most of the units are wired now on the roof, and they're pulling in the main feeds now to all the panels so they can turn the power on as soon as we get it completed, which I'm hoping is going to be in the next week or so. Another big one is complete the curtain wall installation at the Art and Media Center, as well as the rest of the curtain wall, so that the building will be closed in and when we start up the units. And then, of course, complete the elevator install is another big one coming up. Next, budget. The project remains within overall budget. All furniture and fixture equipment have been ordered. Interactive boards, computer technology items have been ordered and are waiting for install. And the classroom addition remains on schedule and within budget also. Next. Few progress photos here. This is the curtain wall in progress on the media center and the art room on the west side, the side between the buildings here. Next. This is a view from the inside of the media center. Next. Here's the classroom on the second floor, maybe the first floor in area A. You can see the walls painted blue. Next. Another classroom, green wall, and some lockers. Next. Here's one of the special ed rooms in progress and some painting done. Next. Toilet partitions installed on the ground floor. Bathroom. Next. Kitchen equipment. Some of it hasn't totally been hooked up, but a lot of it's in place. Next. Some more kitchen equipment. Next. Some more kitchen equipment. Next. This is one of the electric rooms. As you can see, they pulled wire into the panels there. They are pulling the main wire to these panels here on the right, getting those wired up from the main distribution panels. Next. This is the detention pond with the BMPs installed. Like I said, they've done about everything there. They strawed the little islands, that the separations there this week, and waiting on the landscapers to come and do their work. It is working. Some of these storms we've had this week, it would come in, be there for a few minutes, and then it's gone. It's what it's supposed to do. So it is doing what it's supposed to do. You'd be surprised how much water comes off the site into this area. Next. This is a picture of the classroom addition. As you can see, this is where the 3 classrooms will go. It kind of wraps around there on the right. Next. This is where the slab's poured inside. Next. And then this is a view of the room, the multipurpose room. You can see they've started the ICFs. Next. And then another picture of the footers and some ICF on the multipurpose room. I think that's all. Is next. I think that's the last one. Any questions or comments? Be glad to answer. Like I said, the projects continue to move well. It's getting exciting because you can kind of see how things are going to look in there now. But anyway, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burge. Okay, the next agenda item is the approval of the FY23 amended budget and discussion of the end-of-year report. Ms. Taylor.
Okay, I'm going to discuss these two kind of together because they do interrelate. So just bear with me. If you would like to start, there is a copy of a letter, and this is the June 30th, 2022 for fiscal year ending 6/30/2022. This is our end-of-year summary report letter that is submitted as a carryover request to Dickinson County. Total operating revenues and balances as of 6/30 was $29,269,784.64. Total expenditures, $27,886,099.69. We are requesting at that time to carry over the unexpended funding in the amount of $1,383,684.95. So that was requested as of June the 30th. Moving over to our proposed fiscal year 22-23 budget, you'll remember in our previous conversations that our budget amendment was going to be $1.28 million less than our original request. If you look over on this schedule here of revenues and budget amendments, when we add those in, the decreases in state funding of $507,772, decrease in Title I funding of $90,836, decrease in Perkins of $1,451, decrease in local appropriation from the original request of $678,277, and then you add back in the carryover of $1,383,685 that was approved last night by Dickinson County Board of Supervisors. You will see that the net difference in our budget for fiscal year 22-23 is $105,000, $105,349 to the good. On the expenditure side, you will see that $105,349 has been added to materials and supplies line item. So if there are no questions, we'll just need a vote to approve the budget with the amendment. It amends the estimated revenue from $21,977,778. I'm sorry, that's the wrong line. $38,355,566 to $38,460,915. Again, that is an increase of $105,349.
I move to approve the budget with the amendment.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next agenda item is the approval of the 22-23 health and dental premiums and rates for employees.
Thank you. I do enjoy giving good news. While the school division has experienced a slight increase for our health and dental, we are able to absorb that in the school division and not pass that on to our employees this year. For the 22-23 school year, there are no increases recommended for employees. on the monthly health and dental rates. There is a schedule attached in your packet. We'll show for our health plan, employee-only coverage, our employee pays $65. Dickinson County Schools pays $880, and these are monthly. Employee plus one child, our employee contributions are $78 per month. Dickinson County Schools pays $1,432 per month for that coverage for each employee. Family plans, employee contribution amount is $130 a month. DCPS pays $2,475 per month. Employee plus children, our employees pay $86.01 per month. Dickinson County Public Schools picks up $1,424. For employee spouse coverage, our employees pay $121.50. The school system picks up $2,475. On our dental plan, our employee contribution amount is $8 per month. The school system pays $30 per month towards that. Employee plus one child is $16 per month for the employee. Dickinson County Public Schools pays $30 towards that as well. And for a family plan, employee contributions are $35 per month, and Dickinson County Public Schools pays $30 towards that coverage as well. I don't think that you will find better employee contribution rates anywhere around. So I'm glad we're able to offer that.
Yeah, I think we're very fortunate in that regard, for sure. Have any questions for Mr. Taylor, anybody? All right. Do I have a motion to approve the health and dental premiums and rates as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Thank you.
Our next item is the discussion of the solar installation at Ridgeview.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Mr. Daniel Honeycutt. He's our solar project manager at Ridgeview. And Mr. Honeycutt, welcome. And thank you for being here.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Chairman Hicks. Thank you, School Board. It's great to stand in front of you tonight. If we'll start the presentation, if that's all right, just a brief presentation for you. Our process to look at solar on the Ridgeview schools started right at 4 years ago. A group got together in Wise County, and it was a collection of Wise County and Dickinson County and a number of small businesses to look at solar and to look and see what impact solar could have, and particularly what a buying group could do. And they formed a group called the Southwest Virginia Solar Work Group. Through this work group, you can go into the next slide, please. Through this work group, we identified some kind of major goals of the work group, and that was identified through the process of looking at the participants, what they were looking for. We wanted to follow the Virginia Commonwealth public procurement process in order for a county or a school to make a large purchase through an RFP. They had to follow the process. So Appalachian Voices led this work group. We were selected, NCI Solar was selected over 6 other solar companies. We were selected because our price was very good, the economics of the project, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a few minutes. Our experience as a roofing company. NCI is a solar company, but we started as a roofing company. We are still a large commercial roofing company. We're a large Firestone supplier. Our goal was to develop local jobs. We'll talk about that here in just a few minutes. And as much as anything else, we wanted to understand and really emphasize the educational commitment for renewable energy and what that could look like for Dickinson schools. Let's go into the next slide, please. As you'll see, we started this in October of 2018, and so your question may be, well, we're now in the summer of 2022, and this is the first that we've brought this, before the full school board. We hit a few hiccups on the regulatory standpoint, and we found that if a school system that was in a Dominion energy territory wanted to use solar energy but didn't want to expend the money to put the solar on top of the roof, they would typically use something called a power purchase agreement, or PPA. But the regulatory body, the SCC, hadn't specifically granted that authorization in APCO territory. And so it took quite a while. It took a lot of work by Ms. Denisha Edwards from Dickinson County Public Schools, as well as work from some of our legislative friends, especially Delegate Kilgore, to make that happen. So last year we were enabled to do a PPA, or a power purchase agreement, within the APCO territory. The benefits of solar for Dickinson County is, number one, you don't have to pay for it. Solar can be placed on top of the rooftops here at Ridgeview schools with no capital cost to the school, allowing the school to simply purchase power back that's generated from the solar energy on top of the roof. The solar is owned by a third party. In this case, the solar would be owned by Dominion Energy. Solar project would be owned and managed by Dominion Energy, with NCI Solar working as both the installer and the support and maintenance provider of that system. So there is a reduced cost of electricity. Over the next 25 years, we're projecting a very modest projection of $816,000 for the Ridgeview Elementary, Middle, High, and Technical schools. The high bays next to, over here, the technical schools. More importantly than the monetary savings is really the educational opportunities that we believe are gained through this. I had the opportunity, and thank you to Ms. Robinson and Ms. Edwards for inviting me to the Energy Day that was put on here at Ridgeview. And one of the common questions I heard from seniors talking to them at Energy Day is, what opportunities are there in renewable energy? And so we got to talk to them about careers in project management, careers in engineering, careers in electrical design and electrical support, careers in mechanical support. And so that was very interesting. And so what it's offered us the opportunity is to really understand how we can collaboratively build a curricula around renewable energy opportunity for Ridgeview schools. That shouldn't start in high school. It's actually going to start in the elementary school and work its way through. So we're excited to work with the NEED project and to bring in NEED to help your education team to look at opportunities to integrate more renewable energy education into the school. We also believe that there's a significant workforce development opportunity, not just for a project here at Dickinson Schools, but also, more importantly, for projects that are beginning to develop throughout the area. You may be familiar with a new project that Dominion announced right on the border of Dickinson and Wise counties that will start being built in 2025. We need a workforce that's able and ready and willing to benefit from these jobs that are being created by these new opportunities. So this gives us a first opportunity to help develop that workforce of Dickinson residents, hopefully Ridgeview graduates or local school graduates that we can plug in and look for opportunities to assist in not only building the solar plant here at Ridgeview, but also future opportunities. Finally, we want to make sure that whatever we do, we don't cause any harm to where we are. We had the opportunity today to walk the school rooftop with Terry Smith and kind of look at what the rooftop looks like. You're blessed with not only a fantastic maintenance and support team, but you're also have a very strong warranty policy right now through Firestone. We understand that because we do a lot of work for Firestone. We implement a lot of rooftops. We do a lot of warranty support for Firestone. And so to us, it's great to see a wonderful rooftop. And the last thing we ever want to do is do anything to harm that. So we understand that. And as a roofing service provider, we know how to work with Firestone and maintain that warranty support and make sure that solar only gives you, the best lifespan possible out of that rooftop. All right, next slide. So I want to briefly go through some concepts for the different schools. What we'll see right now is Ridgeview Elementary School. This is phase 1. We've not added the additional classrooms to this yet. Again, this is in concept right now. We won't do any work at Ridgeview Elementary until the building is turned over. So that will be, at whatever time, January or August, whenever that turnover happens. So we will be able to put probably close to about 50% of the energy requirements of Ridgeview Elementary School on the rooftop in solar. So obviously the design is conceptual right now. We'll continue to work with your staff as we look for areas that they would like to see, greater working room around HVAC units, et cetera. But we are pretty excited that we can offset about 50% of that. Next slide. Middle school, again, the middle school and the high school are two halves of the same building, but they're actually served by independent meters. Middle school is served by a meter on the far right. Today, in a walkthrough, we decided on some changes, specifically the roof over this building. The parapet height is so significant that we may end up kind of moving those modules around a little bit, but we are excited because the roofs are fantastic for developing a lot of solar opportunities. So we do see about 50% of your energy usage in this facility being cut out by solar. Next slide. Ridgeview High School, about the same thing, 51%. Again, beautiful rooftops, and we see a lot of opportunity to not only save money here, but to actually demonstrate to students, to parents, and the community the county's commitment, not just to renewable energy, but to spending taxpayer dollars well. And I think solar energy gives you a real opportunity to do that. Next slide. All right, the technical school. So this is the high bay all the way at the end of the campus. Again, we feel like we can cover about 100% of the utility energy needs for that facility, so we're pretty excited about that. Final slide. All right, so kind of where are we and what are our next steps? We're working through kind of contract discussions with Dominion Energy and obviously, with DCPS, if you guys decide to move forward. You'll review that at today's meeting. The Board of Supervisors reviewed, and I'm not sure that they approved Mr. Mullins, but I think that they've at least reviewed the plan here. And then the solar construction could begin as soon as this fall for the Ridgeview Middle and High Schools. Obviously, we're not going to start the elementary school until the turnover from Skanska, and the technical school will also follow next year. So, in a nutshell, that's our presentation. Any questions?
Mr. Mullins, do you have any comments or questions?
I don't. I'll just perhaps point out the obvious. The thing that bothered the school, Ms. Robinson and I, the maintenance staff, and Skanska, was the notion of first do no harm. We have a roof, we have an extended warranty, and that was mostly out of fear because we'd never really dealt with this problem before. We took a lot of comfort in the fact that Mr. Honeycutt and his company are first and foremost roofers, and that they are not just roofers, but they are a Firestone accepted roofing company. Mr. Honeycutt, through, I guess, the 4 years, has been loyal to us as the legislative changes went through. He's always returned the phone calls, and he's always been forthright in answering the questions. It is, from my perspective, I wish we could make or have a better rate of return, but that is what it is, and just because it's not perfect doesn't mean that I think it's the $800 and some thousand a year over the years, roughly $30,000 a year. And so that's real money. It probably won't change the nature of how we do business, but nonetheless, it's savings. Our biggest concern was, of course, the roof structure, and this is an industry that has been growing rapidly for many years. This company is familiar with how it works. They seem to understand it. We have talked, Ms. Robinson and I have, to the company that put the roof on originally, and it's the same company that will be putting on the roof here for the elementary school, about their recommendations. We've talked to our architect with Perkins and Will that initially designed the school. And so we have things to work through, and we want to talk more about that in closed session with you tonight. But we're optimistic here that there's something to be gained, and we want to work it and move forward with this if we can.
So we will continue this discussion during closed session.
Yes. And I'm sorry.
No.
I mean, I didn't mean to, the board, I know that roof is important to you all too, and I know that this is a new concept. And so one thing that I can attest, Mr. Honeycutt's great at asking or at answering questions, because we've been hitting him with a lot over the last month or so. So if you have questions, now's a good time to ask.
I'm excited about it. It sounds great. I appreciate your presentation. I'm especially excited about the workforce development aspect of this project, so I'm definitely in favor of the board moving forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Honeycutt, any other questions for Mr. Honeycutt? Were you on the roof today during the monsoon, you and Mr. Smith?
We got out just before, so Jerry did a good job.
It's been hard to miss the monsoon.
Yeah, we did okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Honeycutt.
Thank you for being here. And Mr. Smith, thank you for your time today. It's greatly appreciated.
Our next item is the approval of the revised 2023 Teacher Evaluation Handbook.
Mr. Deal.
Good afternoon. Hope everybody's had a good day today other than all the weather. If you look through your packet, the yellow pages are the ones I need to address. Over the years, Dickinson County Schools have been evaluating their teachers with 7 standards. And that's, of course, directed to us by policy through the Virginia Department of Education. Last year, they actually sent one other standard out for us to introduce. It wasn't to go into effect till this school year. If you look, Standard 6, that's the new addition. Standard 6 actually is a culturally responsive teaching and equitable practices. That's the new standard that we have to try to evaluate our teachers with. There is actually a short video that all of our staff's going to have to watch to accompany that before school starts and for recertification. In watching the videos for myself, I took it to be something that we already do here. We kind of, we treat our kids with respect. I think we try to listen to what kind of family life they have, and I think we try to relate to them already. So when I'm in watching those, I feel like there wasn't really a lot of changes that we need to make, that we're already doing most of that. But I'm sure down the road or in other communities, there may be some things that do go on that I'm not aware of. So I think I do need a motion that you approve this for us to use this to evaluate our teachers for the upcoming year.
May I ask, Mr. Deal, was there staff input in this?
Yes, actually
And
what
you
we
may
did
want to
was,
mention that.
We got a team together, and with that team, we had to come up with some look-fors to give teachers and principals an idea of what we would be reviewing them for. So, yeah, it actually took us a few weeks to do that. And we ended up, excuse me?
Was any negative feedback given?
No, not from our staff, there wasn't. Everything was, like I said,
Good.
pretty straightforward. Just some things that included, just to give you an idea of, one of the items that we looked at is like if a student comes there into your classroom, are we able to present different ways to solving problems? And that could typically be used to address the different backgrounds that children come from. Another thing that we had is the classroom a safe and supportive environment? So it's really, like I said, most of the things that were there are things that we already did. Does the teacher use prior knowledge to help the instruction? And, I think most of us always have done that, at least as a classroom teacher, I did. Are there manipulatives used? All those things those are things that we're going to be looking for when evaluating the staff. Does the teacher communicate with the parents? So as you can see, most of these things should already be in place. And there are others.
Yeah, I don't see any issues with these performance standards or what you'll be evaluating with. So, yeah, I would move that we adopt these standards.
Second.
Any other questions or discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, very good.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Also, I wanted to share with you, just for your information, the next two yellow pages behind that are a listing of our professional development activities that we will be doing for the week of the 15th through the 19th. And I think we found out that we couldn't fit it all in 1 week, so we backed up to actually August the 10th, 11th, and 12th. So just for your information, so you can see some things that are going on, such as we have the trauma-informed workshop on the 15th. We have some paraschool training. We've got some presentations for math and science teachers. We have some MobiMax training, which is our intervention program. We have, again, paraschool training again. Later in the week, we have trauma workshops, as Ryan and Danielle mentioned, on that Thursday and Friday. Any questions there?
A lot going on.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deal.
All right, the next item is discussion and approval of the DCPS staff handbook.
Good afternoon. Usually up here earlier, it seems a little odd not talking to you about attendance this month. The first thing that I have, earlier, Ms. Robinson sent you an electronic version of our new employee handbook. I wanted you to have one in your hand. I guess I'm a little old school. I like to have a book in my hand, so I made you a copy of it. We've worked pretty hard on this. I've drove the other directors crazy, having them proofread it for me and make sure that we had the information correct. This came about trying to make sure that we could make a living, breathing document for our employees that would help them be more informed on issues and information that they may need. It's by no means all-encompassing, but it does give them some highlights and point them in directions. If they do have questions, sort of give them a highlight of things that they could need. And with, I guess I asked first if there are any questions or concerns or comments that you had after you've had a chance to look at it. Not hearing any.
Anybody else have any questions or?
Not hearing any, I would ask for an approval to distribute these to our staff. This would be for all employees.
Do we have a motion to approve the 2022 DCPS Staff Handbook?
So moved. Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
And I guess you're next too for the revised DCPS student dress code policy.
Okay, we also sent this out to you earlier in the month. I met with the principals on a couple of different topics when we were talking about different policies. I believe when we were doing policies for last month's meeting, and we talked about dress code, we talked about the cell phone policy, different things, and inadvertently we forgot to bring this one up last month. We wanted to add to the dress code policy on the section about hats, bandanas, sunglasses, that section right in there. We also wanted to add the statement, this includes the hat part of a hoodie sweatshirt. The part that we added is highlighted. It's on section 4 of the regulation for the policy JFCAA, page 2, and we ask if there's any questions, and if no questions, for an approval for that sentence to be added to the policy.
You're asking for approval on the policy related to the hats and
Yes.
the hoodies being added?
Yes.
Okay, I move to approve that addition.
Second. Second.
My only question here, and I guess it's more about wording than anything else. I know we're addressing hoodies in general, but if it was a jacket that wasn't particularly a hoodie, you know, we're kind of, that may have a hood, we're kind of leaving that out, I guess, is my only concern with it, with the exact wording of being a
Okay.
hoodie.
That's a good
You know,
point.
I mean,
That's a good point. We can change that.
Yeah, with the board's approval, we could say any hoodie or jacket with a hood.
I think when you get too specific, you're really starting to limit yourself.
Rephrase.
Be in compliance with policy, but I would have another jacket that's not considered a sweatshirt.
That's true.
I rephrase my motion to add that Mr. Hicks' recommendation.
Second.
All right.
Thank you. We'll make that adjustment.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, ma'am.
The second one that asked for approval on is the new cell phone policy that you approved last month. Last month, I spoke to you about the panic button app that we've acquired for our cell phones. In doing so, we realized that the policy that we asked you to approve probably contradicted ourselves a little bit because of one word that we said your cell phones had, for the staff, your cell phones had to be turned off. You know, so we changed the wording to or used, and then we added except in the case of an emergency, because we're wanting them to use this app if there is an emergency, so they can't do that if their cell phones are turned off. So we asked to change that wording, that their cell phones are not to be used unless in the case of an emergency.
Could you read that entire statement, please?
I can, yes, ma'am. Let me find my sentence. Staff, both professional and service personnel, may bring personal cell phones or personal electronic devices to work. However, these devices are not to be in view or used at any time when the individual is engaged in the supervision of students during instruction block or doing the work of a normal employment day, except in the case of an emergency. And words that we would change are or used, and then except in the case of an emergency, we have that highlighted for you.
May I ask how this was addressed previously? Before this policy, how was it worded before the rule regulation regarding cell phones?
I'm sorry, could you speak a
I
little
said,
bit?
was the, how was it before this? Has cell phone use been free and unlimited, or is this something new, or totally new, or what is it?
That's a good question. There was perhaps in the older cell phone policy, there was just one statement for cell phone policies. What we have found in discussions with administrators and parents is that cell phones have become used by students and staff during instructional time to a point that often it is a distraction or an impediment to instruction. And so the cell phone policy that the board voted on in June was discussed quite often with all of our administrators. And just to say that students can use cell phones before, after school, during class times, at lunch, but that we ask that during the actual instructional time, that cell phones be put away. And then, as our staff are role models, then we're also asking our staff to also adhere to that. I think Mr. Hicks made a great point last time, that now with Chromebooks and laptops and all of the things that we have available for our classroom, the students, may not need the use of a cell phone to help them academically or in instruction. Did that answer your question?
It does. I think the part you have about the emergency use is, it's good to talk about that, bring it up. We certainly know that that is an asset rather than a liability.
Yeah. Well, certainly, if there's an emergency, we want our students to use their phones.
Absolutely.
We want our teachers to use our phone. It is just in the normal workday instructional time that we just ask that cell phones be put away and not in view.
Well, what I'm noticing is that this is a significant change from where we were before, and it will be noticed. How soon will the students get to the first day of school? Is that when they'll find out about all this, or what?
This has already been put out to the general public. We've notified, it's been on all the schools' Facebook pages. We've talked with principals about go ahead and get this news out that there are new policies. We put it in the handbooks that I'm having printed, have it in it, so that'll be, this shouldn't be news to anyone at this point. It's already out there, that there are new policies.
And we also then sent it to our staff the last week in June and said, this is our new cell phone policy for our students and our staff.
Once that you approved it, the last board meeting, Ms. Robinson sent it out the next day or close thereafter to the staff.
Well, I certainly concur with everything that's in here, but, I'm just saying the national attention that's out there about this stuff and the news and everything, maybe the adults could take a lesson from your policy, I would hope.
Well, I'm as big a proponent of technology in the classroom as anybody. I could almost make a living at it. But, and I really have thought about this, and I kind of thought, what is it that you couldn't do or be able to accomplish without the use of a cell phone? And in particularly, I've seen a lot of folks use them, with apps. A lot of them's communication apps with parents and students, whether that be Remind, Classroom Dojo, Rooms with Thrill Share, Seesaw. And I just thought all these have a web-based component to them that they could actually still do this in the classroom with their computers. So we're not really taking anything away from them other than maybe the convenience of picking up the phone.
That's right.
And, I think by setting a tone and setting a culture as staff for students is a big thing. The only comment that I've had since we put the policy out there to the general public, I had one teacher say that, he really appreciated it because he thought he'd almost given up the fight with it. And a lot of students pulled those things out whenever he would address them about having a cell phone. Well, so-and-so down the hall lets me use it, I use it here, I use it there, and it was, just kind of it really didn't give him a good leg to stand on, other than, but because they were so freely being used. So I think it's, by teachers setting that example, that will change the culture and set the culture for what we want to.
Well, on the Ridgeview campus, every single classroom has a phone, so we're not limiting the parents' access to their child if there's an emergency, or that child needs to talk to their parent. There's a phone available in every single
And they can certainly
classroom.
call the secretariat.
Or they
also.
can go to the office if there's an emergency, and then they have plenty of time before school, in between classes, during lunch, after school, to socialize, which is the time that they should be socializing, and not during instructional time.
I think we definitely had some issues last year or two with some of the things that's happened in their school system. So, it certainly made sense to address it when we did last month. So I definitely concur with that. I think, and I definitely agree with the revision in staff use that we're adding. I would like us to maybe revisit after school starts and see how this is going, maybe in September at that meeting to have another discussion. The thought being, following more of what Mr. Hicks had said, with certain apps that's being used by staff, and they will transition, to a desktop for some of those things, and understand that. But I wouldn't want to see us have a situation to where we're, disciplining a staff member that's actually using the technology in the normal operation of their duties. Let's say if, I think that happens a little more in, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, when they're having a lot of active communication with parents. And let's say they're doing a school project or a class project, and they're using their phone to take a picture of the project and communicate that with the rest of the school or with a parent. So, I think that if we can look at having some level of discretion to where, we're not limiting staff that would use technology for instruction. We're just setting, an example of, and you do want the staff members to set example for your students, but I would like for us to revisit that at some point to consider, how it's going. The revision that we're adding tonight, I think, is appropriate, but there may be further revisions that we consider.
And we can certainly look at that in September. We begin school on August the 22nd, and I think the September meeting is later, of course, that month, so that would give us enough time. And I agree with you, Mr. Hackney. There's a lot of things that communicating with parents and students and teachers, I think one of the things that I've heard over and over is just to have the priority in the classroom of educating children. And I think sometimes there's enough distractions in a classroom without adding others. And so just looking at having children have one set of guidelines and teachers others, sometimes that causes some confusion, especially at the middle school level, the high school level, because a student will say, well, you're using the cell phone, why can't I? Those kinds of things. And what can a person say? So I think just as we refocus on supervision, educating children, and during that 45-minute block or 45 or 90-minute block that's going to be addressing instruction. But I think your thought about going back and revising that, we had to do this with this. We saw, okay, this is not going to work. There may be staff members that for medical reasons have to have their phone. And we've talked about that in the policy. And certainly that could be something that could be up to the discretion of the principal. The same with students. So I think your suggestion is a great suggestion, and appreciate that. We'll certainly, Tanya,
I think you all done a good job in getting this out, and it's going to certainly have an impact in a positive way on instruction, also on the relationship to the parent. It has to be communicated well, or people, if they misunderstand it, it could cause you initially, I think, an uproar, but it seems like that's been taken care of. And I don't have any problem with it whatsoever. When I think the board will show that they all support this in lieu of the benefits of having such a policy. In my view, it should have been here long before now. And we all should have addressed that.
I think it'd be wise to revisit it just
I do too.
as we learn something that we're not able to accomplish this.
Yeah.
And, I think there could be something out there.
Yeah.
Probably there's students that probably monitor blood sugar levels through this, and there's going to be times that they're going to have to do that, So, I mean, there's some things out there, but we're going to understanding in it that, the goal of this is to make sure that we're focused on instruction and student supervision.
Well, we addressed the health issues in the policy already. We've also talked about doing possibly a teacher committee to look at some of these new policies as we go along, to come back and say, okay, is this working, is this not working, to do some tweaks, to get input from all levels as well.
I think that sounds very good.
Absolutely.
So I ask for an approval on the changes to this last policy.
So vote. So move.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Thank you.
And Mr. Resnick, we will get this out, email this to all of our staff in the first thing in the morning, so they're aware of the changes or the tweaks on that. Thank you, Ms. Martin.
So our next item is the approval of the District Special Education Advisory Committee.
Chairman Hicks and board members, we do have some nominations to add to our Special Education Advisory Committee. In your packet, you were provided with a brief summary of the Local Education Advisory Committee and the requirements for the division. The membership, the majority of the committee shall be parents of children with disabilities or individuals with disabilities. The committee shall include one teacher. Additional local school division personnel shall serve only as consultants to the committee. And then you have a description of the functions of the local advisory committee. Advise the local school division of needs in the education of children with disabilities. Participate in the development of priorities and strategies for meeting the identified needs of children with disabilities. Submit periodic reports and recommendations regarding the education of children with disabilities to the division superintendent and transmit the information to the school board. Assist the local school division in interpreting plans to the community for meeting the special needs of children with disabilities in educational services. Review the policies and procedures for the provision of special education related services prior to the submission of the local special education plan, and participate in the review of the local school division's annual plan. We've had the same Special Education Advisory Committee for many years, and they've been a very strong supporter of education in Dickinson County. They've been providing support and participating in the ICANN Day and many other activities, anything that special ed has been involved in for many years.
We've been around for a very long time, and some of those folks are now grandparents instead of parents of students with disabilities because they've been on the committee for many years. Every year we talk about membership, and the folks want to remain on the committee. I have to publicize their names in the paper every year, and we do that. And the folks want to remain on the committee. But the committee feels that we need to get some updated members, some parents, some newly represented parents from each of our schools. So we ask our schools to nominate a parent, and each of our schools did. And I'd like to present those names to you as recommendations from the schools for membership on our local Special Education Advisory Committee. Ashley Farmer, Clintwood Elementary. Melina Edwards, Sandlick Elementary. Brittany Bice, Irvington Elementary. Tiffany Kennedy, Ridgeview High School, and Tammy Edwards, Ridgeview Middle School. All of these folks are representing parents in each of our schools, and these nominations were presented by the schools, the principal, the administrative staff. Also, Norma Hay has served on our committee for many years, and she continues serving on our committee and has been a very vital part of our committee. But as you know, Norma has retired. So we also need a teacher representative again on our committee, and Rebecca Fuller has agreed to be our teacher representative on our committee. So those are the nominations that we have for the upcoming year. And some of the members that have been on the committee for several years, if they're not interested in participating, we'll move them to an honorary committee member because they've just been such a vital part of our school system, and they still are, and they still want to be a part of special education. And we don't want to tell anybody that wants to be a part of special education that they can't be a part. So we want to ensure that they still have participation. So I'll take any questions that you may have about the membership, and if you agree, then I would take a vote on the nominations, and if you want to do it as a whole, that would be fine, and I will let the folks know. The schools have already contacted all of these folks, and they're aware of the nomination. My follow-up call will just be to say the school board approved your nomination.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Do I have a motion to approve the District Special Education Committee as presented?
So moved. Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the certification regarding remote learning days.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Certification regarding remote learning days. As the board will recall, this past year we utilized 8 of the 10 days that we were granted or allowed for unscheduled remote learning. We were approved for an additional 5 days, but fortunately we did not need to utilize those, and they were there if needed, but thankful that we did not need those. Tonight, we are asked by the Virginia Department of Education for a certification from our local board that we we provided the required instruction and services that are in the final guidance for unscheduled remote learning days pursuant to House Bill 1790 and Senate Bill 1132. And I think basically the highlights there, as far as the requirements go, definitely is that we met the hours of instruction that are required for an unscheduled remote learning day. We did that. Also, that we met the services portion of that. An example of that would be that counseling services were still available to students on unscheduled remote learning days. Our counselors were available online and by phone. Another good example of that is food services. Ms. Compton is here tonight, and her staff did a wonderful job in providing food, that is an issue that we dealt with, the board dealt with, as we tried to determine, how it would best be to go about that on unscheduled remote learning days. They did a good job of anticipating, looking at the forecast and trying to get additional food out to students before those winter weather events came in, and they did a wonderful job doing that. That's another example. But the main example, I believe, is that we provided devices for our students to be able to participate in the unscheduled remote learning days. Of course, as we know, we also provided accommodations or modifications for those students who do not have as we had to. They were allowed to make that work up, or it was available to them. Thank goodness the majority of students were available on remote learning days, but those are the requirements that we need to certify tonight. So we just ask that the board certify meet those requirements. Very much appreciated the ability to utilize unscheduled remote learning this past year, and we look forward to being able to utilize some of those days this coming year as well. I'll try to answer any questions.
They're allowing the same amount this year, 10?
10, yes.
Mr. Mullins, you just need each board member to individually say, "I certify."
Or I think a motion and a vote that we, as a board, certify that we did meet the required final guidance for remote learning.
I think we might be, as it says here, we all need to actually certify individually. So if we do that, we'll certify to confirm that Dixon County Schools met the final guidance of certification regarding remote learning days.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And Mr. Mullins, would you like to start?
I certify to confirm that the Dickinson County School Board met the final guidance.
I certify.
I certify.
I certify.
I certify.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right. This concludes our open session and time for board comment. Mr. Mullins?
Well, the closer we get to getting the elementary school opened, I get more and more excited, and really looking forward to that. And again, I like to reiterate the quality of the people that's working in our school system, administration, teachers, just wonderful people, and I'm just proud to be a part of it.
I appreciate the Appalachian Service Project for their work in our county, and I appreciate the United Way for their work in our school. And that's about it.
Go ahead, Mr. Razak. I'll go last. Y'all accuse me of stealing things from me.
You got something special, haven't you?
I don't have anything special.
You know, I can't help but sit here and reflect on all the work done here and how they, let's go back 60 years and think about the people in the office and what they had to work with.
Mr. Resnick, could you speak into the microphone, sir? There you go. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry.
I could just had to reflect back and thinking about all the work that's gone into this by Mr. Martin and Ms. Edwards and Mr. Deal and all the others, and Mr. Mullins is, along with all the other heads he wears, he found another one. But it strikes me that kids were, how we changed and how we listened to people in authority and to do the right thing. I know when you played football back in the 60s, your coaches wouldn't give you water. Now, you'd be out there in that sun and burning up, and that was just a rule. In the Marine Corps, if you got caught without a salt pill and 2 canteens full of water, you'd go to jail, the brig they called it. And they searched for that from time to time to make sure that every poor boy had his. How far we've come and what we can do. And children, how they were then, There at Martintown, all the boys used to go off the bus and they'd all head up in the hollows, and people driving by them thought this was crazy. There wasn't any stock law back then. The milk cow was a pretty important item in the family, and they had to go with those cows. They had to go hunt them, bring them back to the yard and get them milked and tie them down for the morning so you can milk them again. How far we've come. And kids, I guess, were a lot the same then. I guess we were a lot the same in ways that things change around us. And everything that I've ever done or anything I've been around, even the 12 years I attended school here, you always had people that you could depend on every day to do the right thing. That was your parents and your teachers and maybe some others in the community. But that was the ones you looked at. And I think that Hughes Reed's that way today. It's important that, and the way we communicated back then was kind of, a lot of those kids walked to school up there on Long Ridge. They didn't have a bus. Bear Ridge, Hatchet, and how far we've come, and then how a lot we're still the same. We have the means of communicating in such a way, and if we make a slip up in public relations somehow, we're going to hear about it. And we need to be right, and I think our folks have done an excellent job going back and reviewing all these things and making them right, and that they'll explain it to their parents in a good way that everybody will understand all this and everything that we do. It's just that it's still refreshing to know that most people are still good people, and most students are still good children. We tend to forget that. The people that's negative and in trouble, they seem to get a lot of attention. But, you're talking about a small fraction of the total number. Most kids are good. And for those kids that are not, if you look back far enough, you'll probably find a lot of good reasons why maybe some, if you and I were in that situation, we might act out too. And we need to be aware of that when we deal with them and treat them right. Be good to people. But I'm very proud of our staff with superintendent staff, with what they've done, and for this board for supporting those good things.
I'll just echo Dr. Lyle's comments. I'm very appreciative tonight to have the United Way here and the Appalachian Services Project. Yeah, and all the work that they do and the volunteers that they have in our county and things they're doing for Dickinson County, just appreciative of that. And I also enjoyed the presentation tonight for the solar panels, and just looking forward to seeing where that goes. I know we've got questions still to be asked and answered on that, but looking forward to see how that plays out.
Well, I thought it was, echo what you guys said with the seeing those projects and seeing those things happen at those homes, and those things are pretty exciting. Just great what others will do for others in this community. The trauma initiative, I think that's pretty exciting stuff, especially if it's going to be a model for the rest of the state. That's a very important thing that's, I guess, been lacking, I guess, within schools in the last little bit. So it's great that we're on that. I guess the biggest thing I feel like that feels like that we're just now being able to get really focused without distractions back on education and what we can do for our students. And so I'm excited to see what, the leaps and bounds that come this following year as far as educational recovery that they're going to have, all the academic and athletics and all the accomplishments they're going to have. I know they're probably still excited about a couple more weeks being out. Maybe dreading that first day, but once it gets going, and I think just the focus and what we'll be able to accomplish is going to be spectacular. All right, so at this time, we'll now go to closed session. Closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3711, Paragraph A of the Code of Virginia, There will be a closed session for the purpose of, 1, employment issues relating to discussion or consideration of specific individuals for employment as division superintendent, teachers, custodians, substitutes, part-time aides, part-time attendance clerks, bus drivers, FMLA, and resignations pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1. 2, to consult with legal counsel regarding the investment of public funds associated with school construction and consultation regarding actual or probable litigation, along with consultation regarding specific matters requiring legal advice pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A, 6, 7, and 8 of the Code of Virginia. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are now out of closed session. Ms. Robinson, will you please read the certification?
Yes, sir. Whereas the Dixon County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this day pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas 2.3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law, now therefore be it resolved, the Dixon County School Board hereby certifies to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only the public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. Please certify.
I certify.
I'll certify.
I certify.
I certify. I certify.
Are there any motions to come from closed session?
I move that to offer the division superintendent the contract that was reviewed in closed session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll go roll call vote. Start with Mr. Mullins.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. No.
Are there any other motions?
That's all we need to do, then. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I make the motion to approve all personnel recommendations as discussed in executive session.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Meeting is now adjourned.